Right, good morning guys. I am just working on continuation of yesterday's project. So if you tuned in yesterday, you'd have seen these these goat dudes being done. So I need to sculpt one more body variant, and then we're going to add all the fur and all the details and stuff to get these guys finished up. Okay, so one more variant. I think I'm going to go for like a running one. So I need to pull up one of the blank base mesh files. I'm going to change the horns on him, so let's pick a different set of horns. Let's go for these ram ones again. So if you play Pathfinder, you'll know these guys as the Schir, or Schir, C-S-C-H-I-R. If you're playing D&D, they're Bulezau. And if you're playing anything else, they're just beastmen. Morning Rich, how you doing, dude? So I'm just going to delete hidden on that now. Good job on the snail conversion, mate. Courtney, how you doing, mate? You're not skiving off work, dude. Thanks for tuning in today, mate. Long time no speak. Yeah, Rich, I'm good, mate. I'm good. Taxman's all paid up and everything, so my bank is empty, but all is good. It does, mate. It certainly looks like a snail that's been, well, sorry, a turtle that's transformed into a snail, or at least a snail that's borrowed a shell off a turtle. Right, so I want a running position for this guy. So I'm going to pull a reference image. Obviously, I can't get a reference image of a goat running. So I need a I'll look at some of the Games Workshop poses and see how they've picked up a running beastman. See, annoyingly, all of the GW ones over the years have really been pretty static. The latest batch of like 40k ones that they've added for Blackstone Fortress and the like, a little bit more animated, but they're obviously big fat chunks of plastic as well. So I might struggle a little bit here. So let's go for... Let's solo him, so I'm not being confused by anything else that's happening, see? It's not an install at Denzo, is it, Courtney? Is Gary with you? Give him a hug from me if he is. Yeah, Rich, the undead hero quest thing. Elston's put a request in for some like undead goblins and stuff, so he wants to basically switch out all of the monster characters, all of the monsters and heroes and stuff in the game for undead off the back of those the undead skeleton hero quest warriors I did. So yeah, suffice to say I've got undead goblins and undead Fimir and stuff like that on my table, so not literally on my table, on my to-do list, but when they're on the table you'll be seeing them on screen first, so right, here we go, let's the problem is some of the stuff that was in Hero Quest was like mummies and stuff like that, which are already undead. So you can't really kind of make a mummy more undead, if that makes sense. So, right, let's twist that near touch. Oops, didn't mean to clone him. Let's go for the hip joint. We're going to rotate that leg. No, we're going to keep it forwards actually. And I was going to bend the knee. I'm just amusing myself with a dodgy Game of Thrones reference. Soften mask. Oh wow, all changed in court. Thank you, mate. Where's Gary gone? I don't think anyone else will have him. Yeah, Denzo are a bit hard to please sometimes, aren't they? So I try to explain to the guys that all the stuff that's going wrong there isn't actually necessarily your fault. It's like they just don't want to hear it, do you know what I mean? They want somebody to blame for things not working. It's like an unwinnable fight sometimes with them lot. Okay, so I'm gonna first off rotate this guy's head. I don't want to keep this head. Let me just check the others. How many times I've used that face? Okay, so 3 of them have got that head so far, so let's change it up. In fact, you know what, let's just do it properly. Let's just sculpt something different on the face. Local symmetry turned on. Let's just bring his nose down. Smooth his cheeks out. Cool. Are you still thinking of getting into some of this this kind of stuff then? Bit of 3D? That's it, mate. Sometimes stuff just doesn't work, and sometimes the one that always used to bug me was when it was like 35 degrees out, and they were like, "Oh, the heating's not working. The aircon's not working. It's too warm." And it's like, yeah, aircon's not supposed to work in that kind of heat. In this country, we don't have it. It's not spec for it. Well, what's the point of it then? I'm pretty sure they could have had it spec'd if they'd have put their hand in the pocket and spent a bit more money at the beginning, but you know that wouldn't have gone down. Nobody would have spent that. Not on the off chat. The conversation would have gone like, we have a we can spec the aircon for this much based on this temperature range, or we can spec it for this temperature range and include extremes of temperature, and they'd have gone, yeah, but we only get them a couple of times a year, we'll just deal with it. It's not worth spending all that money for a couple of days a year. So I wasn't in that conversation, but I'm pretty sure that's how it would have gone. So if anybody doesn't already know, Courtney is on the YouTube channel at the moment. He used to be one of my aircon engineers. He used to come and do my aircon for me when I was facilities manager. So just chatting shop for all times. So Rich, what we're looking at then? Oh yeah. Well, but isn't a mummy with no bandages just a zombie? Isn't that like the same kind of thing? Isn't it the same principle? But then you got the Big Bang Theory bit where I think Raj was talking to Howard about or Leonard about about zombies and mummies. And he says basically, if you get bitten by a zombie, you turn into a zombie. If you get bitten by a mummy, you're just some dumbass who got bitten by a mummy. Right, so okay, it's subtly different, but I'm happy with it. Okay, let's just rotate the head now. Turn my symmetry off. The next thing I need to do is just get that neck and twist it. Yeah, I bet they ain't happy this week, this last couple of weeks when it's been freezing cold outside. Rich, Hero Quest mummies were fully wrapped in bandages though. Yeah, they were. They did have the face open though, didn't they? I think there were a few gaps in the bandages, but yeah, they were mostly head to toe in bandages, I think. I want to. I think, to be honest, mate, I think I'm just going to do some mummies no matter what. We'll just do some mummies, and then, you know, they are what they are, I think, isn't it? If anybody's wondering if they've seen this pose before, I'm referencing the old Chaos Beastman champion with the chainmail and the double-handed axe. It's one of my favourite beastman models of all time, that one. Not sure they quite ever came close to replicating that look again in the later editions. Or was that me just being an old fart and sounding nostalgic? Yeah, no, it's cool. Good chatting to you, mate. Catch you later. What I'll do, Rich, I'll just sculpt them so they're consistent with like the rest of my stuff. So it'll just be a mummy, but it'll be done in my style, and that should make everything kind of just gel anyway. Then. I don't need these two hands. I need the fist ones. That one. Duplicate that. Good man. Got a load of customer orders I've got to get on the printer today as well. So get on the one today. The printer's been running non-stop with customer orders, which is a good thing. Right, now the savvy amongst you out there will notice that the arm doesn't match the hand on this one, but that's fine, so I'm going to make it match in a minute. Just take the local off, mirror and weld that. Guys, is the music volume okay today? It's not. I've had to rebalance it because I've messed with all my settings. Yeah, new website's going down pretty well, mate. It's I haven't done a lot in the way of advertising on it yet, so I need to start running some ads and whatnot to try and like build up a little bit more traffic. But yeah, it's doing pretty well. We're getting a lot of STL sales through the site, which is good. A lot of people coming on there for the freebies as well, which is good. You know, I don't mind people coming and getting the freebies. It'd be nice if they hung around and decided they liked the models and wanted to buy some. So, but obviously that's the whole point of the freebies, isn't it? You give somebody a sample or something and say, like, you know, if you like it, there's more where that came from. So hopefully these the people who've downloaded the freebies kind of come back for more at some point when they realise there's some good stuff there. How's everything going anyway, mate? The dog recovered nicely after the op. Hopefully they're back on the feet now. Yeah, I do tend to find people buy something and then they kind of come back for more. Does definitely seem to be a fair element of that. I mean, we've had one guy this month who's he's placed an order literally on the first of the month, and then throughout the rest of the month he's carried on ordering, and it's lovely to have recurring customers. I think he's only like 4th or 5th order for the month already. So it's from my point of view, it's great. Love having like the loyal customers. It's hard to get in this this kind of modern age of STLs and everything, isn't it? You know what I mean? So I'd say it's a weird industry lately. Oh, good stuff. Cool. It's nice to see he's made a recovery. I don't know if you caught any of the stream the other day, mate, as well. But I was saying my neighbour who had the fall the other day when I was streaming, I had to go and help her. She's back out of hospital as of Tuesday last week. So she's been home and she's recovering well. She had a little bit of a fall. The day they brought her home, had to come back out in an ambulance again. We thought the worst, obviously. But yeah, it turned out that she'd been bedridden for a week, and then she'd been sat down for about 4 hours at home in an armchair, and then tried to get up and what do you call it? Oh, cheers, mate. Appreciate it. But yeah, she tried to get up after sitting down for 4 hours. They give her a Zimmer frame. She tried to get up without it, and stacked it, hit the deck. So they had the ambulance back out again, and yeah, she's fine now. She's in good spirits. She wrote the kids a thank you letter because the kids picked her some flowers and took them round. I say picked some. They bought them from the shop, but they chose the bunch. So took them round for her, and she wrote a little thank you letter back to them. So she's in good state of mind and whatever, which is always important, isn't it? Right, so this arm I think I'm good with. We'll leave that as is. Well, yeah, I mean, like I say, 87 and having a fall like that, can finish them off, can't it? We had Hayley's great nan, Margie. She was the right character. She was like the cantankerous old nan from the Catherine Tate show. What a bloody liberty, that one. Like her, and she was just hilarious, man. But yeah, she unfortunately super independent, 92 I think she was or something like that. Super independent, hopping on the buses, going off into town shopping, all this kind of stuff. Doing it for years, even against doctor's orders and everything else. You couldn't stop her. And then one day she just took a tumble in the road, like fell, blacked out. Spent a few weeks in hospital, came back out of hospital, had a Zimmer frame, had to kind of adjust to not being so independent anymore because she needed like oxygen cylinders and all that kind of stuff. And then basically that was the beginning of the end for her. Unfortunately, she just kept getting progressively worse and worse and worse, and every so often something else would happen, and then another thing and another thing, and then obviously she kicked the bucket. But again, I think we were talking about her on stream the other day as well. But she was the one who had the hot dog sausages from Marks and Spencer's from before it was called Marks and Spencer's in the cupboard. Not even just sitting around, like a whole packet of them unopened in a cupboard by the front door. It's just old people, man. It's just do weird stuff. The weird hoarder mentalities. Let's just re-sculpt the muscles in the arm here. So I want this one from the thing to come round to the front. It's not good, is it, man? The one thing I remember with Margie as well, we had to go and see her in hospital, and the doctors had basically called us, and we were sitting there, and she's they told us basically she was on her way out, so we all got down the hospital, and we sat there by her hospital bed, and she was out cold, out like a light, and she sat there and goes, you know, her breathing's getting shallower. You can kind of see, you know, everything's kind of like starting to shut down and whatever else. And then all of a sudden, she opened her eyes, sat up, looked at us all, and she went, "What the bloody hell are you lot doing here? You've only come to see me because you think I'm dead." So like, that was her little, you know. She was. I'm still convinced she was dying. What am I doing here? Yeah, you only come to see me because you think I'm bloody dead. And then call the hospital the next day to get an update on her. She's down the canteen grabbing a bacon sandwich because the hospital food's crap. And then next day we get a phone call saying she's kicked the bucket. So last little what do you call it? Last little bit of antagonising everybody. Right. This doesn't look right, and I don't know why. So I'm just feeling my own arm here, trying to figure out the muscles. Yeah, no worries, Rich. I was going to try and figure this bugger out while you'd gone. So that comes from here, up and then there's that muscle there. I don't think it's actually right. It just looks weird. It just seems weird. Do you know, it's the pose. It's the pose that's weird. I'm taking it too literally from the old GW model. You can't actually do that pose in real life. So again, for context, the old Games Workshop models, the metal ones, when you look at or any metal models, not just Games Workshop's ones, any old metal models you see, they all had to be flat on a single plane. Hey Juju Voodoo, how you doing? So yes, the old metal models had to be on a flat plane because of the mould lines and the way the moulds are made. So what you would have is you basically have like two cakes of rubber that sit on top of each other with little cavities carved inside. Oh, I'm very good, thank you. How are you today? So yeah, so you have the rubber cake with the cavities inside. The model masters go inside there, and then they bake it in. Morning, Ross. Hope you're doing well, mate. They put the models inside the rubber cake, vulcanise it, so heat it up and apply a ton of pressure, and then it comes down. Well, more than a ton, but you know, a lot of pressure. And then it kind of bakes into the form of the models, and then when they pry the two parts apart, you've got two separate rubber cakes that kind of make the mould cavity. So you can't have any part of the model wholly in one half of the mould. It has to be split across two. So when you got more dynamic models, they were always multi-part, but for the most part they tried to do a lot of them in single piece. So when you find a single piece metal miniature, there's always got to be a single flat plane for the mould line to follow. So if you ever bought metal models and you have to scrape all the stuff off them, that's what you're doing basically. Alright, let's sort this out then. So that positioning was just wrong because you can't do. I should have mocked up the position myself rather than just copying the pose, if I'm honest. But right, it's going to raise that to there. just going to raise the shoulder on this side a touch, so there's a bit of a get that centered into there. Here I just want to bring the lats muscle, the lats back here. Let's just get this arm, let's just save it quickly first, then I'll get that arm re-sculpted, and then we're going to start working on, oh you arsebag. So when it comes up right failure like that, normally the next thing to happen is that it crashes and doesn't save your work. So the fact I've been able to continue is amazing. But I do just need to double check and make sure my hard drive's not full, because that's going to shaft me in a minute, if it is. No, I've got a decent amount of space, that's fine. So sometimes the write failure happens because you've got no space on your hard drive. Obviously that's not a good position to be in when you're sculpting large files and trying to save them. The other problem you have is the auto saves. So it wants to auto save regularly for you. So if you're working on a file that's like 2 or 3 gigabytes, you could have like 18 to 20 auto saves going on, and each of those auto saves is going to be the full file. So not only the time it's going to take to save them, but also the storage space it's going to need. So you just need to make sure you're managing your auto saves. Clear out any redundant ones that you don't need, and kind of keep on top of it all. Right, so we've got we've got bicep needs to come from here. Yeah, I've fallen victim here to one of my kind of like life lessons in art, really, which is never copy things like anatomy from another artist's work. Use actual real life reference material instead. Because what you tend to find, especially when you're dealing with like comic book artists or something like that, you'll find that they are exaggerating detail. So what they'll do is they'll develop a style of their own that obviously comes through in the drawing. As part of that style could be like an exaggerated anatomical features, or a certain stylistic way of drawing them, and if you end up copying that verbatim, then basically you end up learning it wrong, if that makes sense. So what you need to do is you need to make sure you're using actual, you know, real life anatomy from human beings or animals or whatever it is you're trying to learn. Make sure you're using actual anatomical reference. If you're a human, if you're making a human, you've always got yourself as reference. So for me, when I sculpt any of these kind of things, quite often I'll adopt the pose, like with the muscles in the arm here. I've positioned my arm in that same way, and I'm kind of feeling for like where the muscles twist and how they go, and that gives you a kind of a good you know, without having to spend ages looking for reference material online or anything like that. It gives you a good way of just knowing what you're doing. Obviously if you're dealing with like animals and stuff, it's a little bit trickier. You've got to try and figure out where the muscles connect to, how they operate. So you need to know if it's like a contracting muscle or you know, how it deforms when the body moves. And a lot of this kind of stuff you're not going to get from anatomical reference and stuff. You've got to observe, or guess and try and figure it out, which can be very difficult. Going on now. This muscle comes up into the armpit here, just underneath the shoulder bit there, and then we've got under here, so we're going to put a little hairy armpit in for him. So my plan here is I'm going to take this dude. That's perfect. Oh, you knacker. That's a poly group earlier, auto group, because I had some weird. So one of the downsides of using dynamic topology, the Sculptress Pro mode, is sometimes it allocates random polygons on the mesh to a different poly group. More annoyingly, it allocates into a poly group of another part of the model. So when you try and isolate it, you end up with single polys, and you can't easily pick them out and stop them. And if you try and remesh, it makes holes and things like that, and it gives you like little artifacts you've got to deal with. So the best way of doing it is to just auto group, which basically just tells Zbrush that anything that is a single solid continuation of mesh is all one group itself, even if there's individual polygons in there that are allocated to another group somewhere in the first place. Yeah, basically it'll homogenize the mesh into different chunks, so everything can be isolated. And it's quite a good way of picking out any stragglers. So you basically isolate all of the parts of the mesh, like you do the arm, head, eyes, horns, arm, leg, halberd, and weirdly I've still got this is basically what I'm trying to show you actually. Somewhere here now there is some rogue polygons that I can't even see, but they're going to cause a problem later. So what you do then is you invert the model and then delete hidden, and that'll just get rid of all of the hidden crap that's going to cause issues. So yeah, just the best way of dealing with it really. So I'm going to merge that down to there. Right, now next thing to do, I don't really want to mess with this file because I might come back and do another batch of these at another point with different weapons and stuff like that. So I'll bring him down there. So we've now got 5 goatmen in different poses with different horns and different heads, etc, etc, etc. I'm going to take the whole file here with the ruler in. The ruler is important. Okay. to hide that skull because I haven't actually used it in this case. Okay, so I'm going to take that now as it is here. I need to I need to do something with this guy's tail actually. Let me just twist his tail around. In fact, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to delete that. I'll still duplicate this guy. I'm just going to steal his tail. Just going to whiz it over here. Just noticed this little bit of deformation in this guy's back. He was the last one I was playing with, trying to make him work. So there's some weird twistage going on here which just needs addressing. Oh, it looks like I didn't actually resculpt this guy's torso. Let me just save that, and I'm just going to come back and just do a bit of smoothing and a bit of work on him. So basically what will happen here is as he leans back this way, these muscles on this side are going to be contracting, so these ones would be a little bit larger, and then these muscles on this side are going to be stretching out, so they will be flatter and thinner. Okay, so that's what we're going to look, how we're going to look. Right, does anybody else's torso need adjusting before I merge it together? Oh, what have I done there? I'm sure that weren't there before. Luckily that was one of those cases where I can just delete a little bit and or just do a few undo histories and it's sorted. Let me find that little tail I've just pulled out. There we go. Let's get that pinned onto the right guy. Right, so this guy is number 5. Actually it doesn't matter because I'm going to be merging them together now anyway. Only thing I do need to do is just separate them a little bit, because at the moment I can't really get to each of them individually. Bring him back. I'll do this guy backwards as well. There we go. I just need to be able to mask them all off without affecting any of us. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do now, I'm going to merge visible. So everything that's in this scene is just going to get slammed together and it's going to be made into this here. Okay. So I'm going to hide all of the halberds. So with them hidden, I'm just going to now mask that and group masked. I'm going to mask him and group masked. Unmask everything. Group this one. Group masked. Group this one. Group masked. When you group mask, what happens is it inverts the mask. Everything that wasn't masked before becomes masked, so you need to make sure you clear the mask every time before you do this bit. Okay, now if I look at this with polygroups, I should see that a nice little colourful lineup of models. I'm just going to go to the halberds. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 halberds that are all there you go. So the halberds are all now separate as well. So the first thing to do is I'm going to split the ruler off. So we'll split that. I'm going to rename that one ruler. Okay, that can be hidden now because I don't need it until we come to do the print. Now I'm going to mask this guy. I'm going to split masked. I'm going to mask this guy and split masked. Same again here, split masked. Down here, split masked. And I don't need to split this one because he's already on his own. So now I can rename them. So this one is Schir 1. This one is Schir 2. This one is Schir 3. In case anyone's wondering, I'm calling these ones Schir rather than Bulezaus, just because I know there's been a massive backlash on D&D. I thought people might appreciate a little bit of support for Pathfinder. Schir 5. Okay, right, so now with that done, I need to zoom in so I can see my mesh. I need to make sure I'm not losing any detail when I do this. I'm just going to bump my resolution up to say 800. I'm going to group and I'm going to do Dynamesh. Okay, I've got no obvious issues going on here, so I'm happy with that. Let's just repeat that on each of the models. So it's about, what was it? 848. So let's get it to 848. Group and Dynamesh. So Dynamesh is going to basically, all the green bit on this is going to become one single solid mesh. So I'll show you that now if I turn the line on. So you can see we've now got no, here we've got like no joint between the leg and the torso. So everything's all one piece. Okay, so everything else is all blended in. Well, blended as a mesh, it is sculpting in still. But I can still isolate the halberd as a separate piece. It's completely independent because I've got the groups on. Okay, so I'm going to turn my lines back off and the polygroups back on. We're going to go on to this guy. We're going to do the same again. So 848 groups and polymesh. And again, so 848 group and polymesh. Sorry, I've said polymesh about 6 times now. It's Dynamesh, sorry, not polymesh. And again, that's 848 and Dynamesh. Group and Dynamesh, not polymesh. Okay, so starting with number 1. Let's go solo mode. Let's lose the halberd for a minute. I need to come in here now, and first thing I need to do is I'm going to need to decide where I'm putting hair. So I'm going to do some hair coming down off the back of his head. So I'm going to need to sculpt in just here, so to sculpt his neck in. Got a bit of weird topology going on, so let's just deal with that. But I want this to look strained and what's the word? In fact, you know, let me just grab a reference picture of a goat. So, in case you're not familiar with what a goat looks like, there we go. I'm sure everybody kind of knows a goat when they see him. So I'm just looking here. We've got mostly just like bits of shaggy hair and then this big ass beard. And again, we got the beard. We haven't really got any kind of like, you know, big tufts or anything anywhere. That's a bit of a funny one, isn't it? "19-inch ears on a baby goat." Oh, they're quite cool. I quite like that look. Let's use that, I think. Give them the funny little tufts of hair on the head and the big long beards that come down the side of the face. I like that look. We got this here, so we got the tufty hair on the back of the neck, and coming down into the beard again. And then we've got these kind of ones where they're just full on hairy, so we could use a little bit of that as well. Funky little tuft on the front of his head. Almost like a mane this one's got. It almost looks like a lion's mane. And then here we've got this big long, I like that actually, that's a good African pygmy goat. That's a good reference there. I like that one. I'm just going to pop this up on the other screen. We're going to keep that one handy so I can see what I'm doing. I'm not going to be copying any of these. I just want to kind of like look at them as a, you know, I want to try and maintain the styling of this so it actually still looks goat-like. Junino on YouTube, thanks for subbing. Okay, so there's two ways I can do this. I can either sculpt stuff together, so I can blend it with a bit of sculpting. So we add some wrinkles in, we add some folds, we do a little bit of like this kind of stuff where we're literally blending the geometry together. We're making the shapes consistent. We're going to change some of the anatomy a touch just to make it work. And we've got the didn't do a very good job of this earlier. I should have spent a bit more time on this one, I think. Oh yeah, definitely I've definitely underworked this one. Do you know what? I think I might have left this because I'm going to be putting a big beard in here, and you ain't going to see it. So yeah, sometimes pick your battles. If it's not going to be seen in the final sculpt, you don't really need to worry too much about it. Chuff. I was going to leave the tails off, won't I? So what I'm doing here, I'm just undoing and auto grouping them. And this one I've just done all that sculpting on. Let's do the same thing anyway. I'm going to be a little bit more thorough with this one now. I'm just going to remove a few more items that I don't really want to be too badly affecting. Okay, so I'm just going to merge these together, group last. I'm just going to keep them hidden. Everything here is going to be merged in. And now when I do my Dynamesh 848, turn groups on and go. Right. So I'm going to sculpt the anatomy in. I think I'm going to do something a little bit different actually. What I'm going to do, from where I started doing, I'm going to duplicate the body. I'm going to add the fur to the duplicate version. You know, I feel like it's Friday for some reason, I don't know why. I feel like the week's nearly over. Can't be wishing the time, I've got so much to do. Got to get on with some crystal collapse stuff, get some models made for crystal collapse, get them finished off. I still want to be bringing that to you for Easter. I've got the Witch Kickstarter primed, so the Kickstarter page is set up on that now. I've just got to get some more. Well, I've got to get the Witch finished basically and start setting up the project while I get test print running. unscrewed that already, haven't I? There. So his spine now goes into the side of his head. But again, I'm gonna be doing a big black mane of hair on the back of his head here, so you're not gonna see this. Me not paying attention, that is. Yabbing while I'm sculpting. Nothing like doing your work twice over. On Friday this week I'm going to be doing the finish up on the poppy and strawberry sculpt for Mike Moans. So if you're interested in that, you want to see that one happening, that'll be happening on Friday. Mike's not streaming, so I'm going to fill in for him. That should be cool. Don't know who Poppy and Strawberry are. Strawberry is a lovely great big pig. And Poppy is a little cutesy looking but absolutely hard ass halfling who runs a little mobile tavern, I think it is the best way of describing it. And it's actually the tavern I'll be making, so she's got like a little caravan that's been pulled along by the pig. A lovely artist called Red Straw Baby on Twitch. She made the original artwork for Mike, and I get the pleasure of converting that into a 3D model for Mike. So if you look through some of my archive streams, some of my past ones, you'll find all of the old sculpts on there, the original sculpts. So Thaddeus Flange, Gentleman's Seductioner, and for Poppy and Strawberry as well. So they are both on there. Right, okay, so the musculature around his shoulders and everything else, which is the most visible bits, that's all sculpted back in. His back is fine now, that's sorted. Okay, so next to do then, let's just sort that wrist out actually, because the hands just need blending, I think. Right then, so I'm going to duplicate the shear. I'm going to hide the, or delete the this mesh now. And where we've got like the legs and stuff here, I'm going to go over it now. We're going to do all the fur. So I'm going to start with some smaller strokes. I just want to do like the big clumps. So again, this is just like an indication of fur. This isn't how it's going to look. This isn't the final bit. This is just marking it all out where it's all got to go. Okay, so We've got some fur on the upper legs, on the lower body. We're going to go up to there, I think, and then down the back of his head we're going to have some fur coming in here. I'm kind of trying to decide on the fly if I want this to be quite streamlined or do I want it to be like a big bushy mane, but I think I'm going to go for this particular guy. I'm going to keep it quite tame, I think. I don't want to go too mad with it. As I was saying before about the neck is going to be covered with hair, so we don't need to worry too much about this part of the shoulder that we could see. I was going to use the inflate tool to get under there to bump it up a little bit. Now with this, because I've got the because I've retained that original sculpt along the side, so I've got a duplicate of him here. So because I've got the duplicate, when I turn it back on, obviously we can see the horns and everything else. But if I want to kind of carve back any of the hair that I've sculpted, I'll always have the body mesh that we started with. And one of the good things about this as well, and I'll show you very quickly, this is just if you're doing a render where you want to kind of show off the different parts as different colours. So we want to kind of differentiate the fur from everything else. What we can do is, let me just show you as an example here. Example here. Let me show you this now. So take his ears, I'm going to add some fur onto his head. I think it says they have like little mohawks, little crest of hair down the middle. So I will give them a little, even though it's not typically goatee, I will do the little mohawk of hair that it specifies. And again, this is just indicative at the moment. What I'll do is I'll dynamesh this, we'll get some smoothing going on, which will kind of help to smooth out some of the strokes. And then we'll go back in it with the let's trim that down because that looks bloody awful. So the sides here, we're going to come in from the face, we're going to come from the cheeks, we're going to have his beard coming down, and then we're going to have the big, it's not called a goatee for nothing. Down this side, just need to come back in and be consistent, so we'll just do the same again. So we'll bring the fur up to the cheek line and then just down and under. And I can just carve the mouth away, carve away the top of the head up here. because I'm using dynamic tessellation, what I can actually do is I can just use the smoothing tool for a lot of it, and it's going to take it right back. It's just going to remove all the topology there. So if you're worried about stuff kind of getting a bit messy underneath, you can do that and take it away. So there we go, so the shoulders are not hairy, the arm's not hairy, I'm just carving away there so we can't see it. So this will just be an example just to kind of show you roughly what we're looking at. So this is what the model looks like at the moment. But then we're going to obviously put the other one back on top so it will look like this again. Okay, so that little bit of belly hair needs to curve around more to follow the shape of the model. Let's do some make that look a bit more tufty. Okay, so if I take this bit of mesh here now and I give that a brownish colour, so let me just turn polygroups off so you can see. If I go to like a brownish colour there, and I fill my object with that, and then I come up to this one and I want a kind of a greyish. Let's go for that there. Let's go fill the object. Okay, so obviously we're only looking at the head and the shoulders around here at the moment, but when I do the, let's change that, let's put the one I like to use on there. We go for render set here, we go for this one. So when I put the renderer on, you can see now we've got this separation from the fur to the torso. And it helps to create that like nice cleanness. So if you wanted to say like the metallic parts are going to be, you could just do in different shades of grey basically. So you can say right, skin is going to be this colour, clothing will be this colour, and then armour is going to be this colour, and it could just go through various, like I say, various different shades of grey. And that's kind of enough for the most part, I think. But when you're sculpting, it's sometimes a good idea to turn the colours off because it can distract you a little bit, especially if you're me and you're colourblind. So it's always fun trying to interpret shapes and things like that when you can't really make out the shape to begin with. Okay, so we're just going to add some more fur texture to the legs here. Now one of the other parts of the brief on these guys is they are pestillent, kind of blistering pustules of creatures. So once I've done all of the fur and everything, we're going to have to come back in and do some like open sores with like maggots crawling around in, and we'll do a few big blisters and, you know, other things that make them look super sexy. Actually, put a bit of hair on the back of the hands, I think. I might do that Yeah, I think I'll do that without any kind of mass to it. Okay, so right, before I continue, I'm going to pop into the house, go grab myself a cuppa, and I am going to grab a snack from Marvin. So guys, I'm going to put you on a BRB for a minute. If you want to have a little browse on the web store, www.thelionstower.com. Again, have a little look at all the products we've got in store. If you spend spend 40 quid in store and you'll get a free Slobber Chops mini. So have a little gander, see if anything takes your fancy, and I'll be back with you shortly, people. Okay, see you in a minute. Okay guys, I'm back. Right then. So, where are we at? We're harrying up this dude, aren't we? Okay, so do a little bit of hair on his arms. Not too much, I don't think. And then we'll do a little bit on his hands. Bunker, how you doing, mate? Hope you're keeping well today, sir. How about you? It's warming up a bit for us down here. It's like not freezing today. It's still cold, but it's not as it has been. Look, I've got prints running and I don't actually fair enough, mate. You gotta say hello, mate, or I don't know you're there. You're waiting for a repair? Repair on what? So I went in the house to get me my cuppa, and I had every intention of coming out with a healthy snack, like a banana or something, and I've ended up coming back with a Mr. Kipling apple pie. So it's got apple in it, but Chaz, how you doing, mate? 70 mile an hour gales, lovely stuff. From memory, you're up in the arse end of Scotland, aren't you? Oh, I meant to say, did you join the Discord server twice, Chaz, or did you like with two accounts, or did you did we have two people called Chaz join like one after the other? Okay, so at this stage now. Fair enough. I thought there's no way there can be like two Chazes just sign up with the same name that quick. I thought Discord had a brain fart for a minute, and I checked and the usernames were different. Wow. How'd you cope? You've muted them all. Well, it weren't that long ago, I didn't even know what Discord was. All the people on my Patreon just started going, do you use Discord? You should get Discord, you know. It'd do you head in, wouldn't it? Okay, so now to polygroup, Dynamesh and polish this guy. Okay, so that's what it looks like now. You see it's smoothed out some of this stuff. Yeah, it is better than Facebook. You can look at the ones you want to look at, get the news updates you want to get. It's just quite difficult to get engagement on it from people sometimes. I mean, we've got a decent number of people on my server, but not many people actually are regularly there, kind of engaging. I mean, how many got on the server now? So we've got 32 online, 122 offline, so you know, 150 people on the server, and about maybe a dozen actively engaging, which probably isn't too bad, to be fair. I know my mate Ty, he runs the Table Flip Foundry website and web store, and also the server. They've hit over 3,000 members, but he said most of them aren't actually active members, they're just there. Right, orb cracks are going to bump up the intensity to about 40. Keep the draw size fairly small. And I can do some hair strands now. Now with the hair strands, you want to kind of start, go between, draw it out. You want laser mouse on so you can taper it and taper the strands. Little S-shapes or C-shapes, like little brackets, basically, are your best kind of shapes to get a kind of a natural look. Don't do it with symmetry on. Just trying to make my Discord beep there, Chaz. Yeah, don't sculpt with symmetry turned on when you're doing hair like this, because it looks weird. Having dynamic tessellation on will help in terms of making sure there's enough topology there to deal with the hair strands you're doing. And then when you get to the end, oh right, a job that they'd done but they hadn't bothered to finish, but I hadn't told you. Some people are amazing, aren't they, Bunker? So here we're just going to do more of the stranding. You got to pay careful attention to the direction the hair goes. So it's like it's growing from the front here, it's growing back, all the way down. On a human, obviously you've got a crown at the back of the head, so you have to account for that. And make sure the hair direction is appropriate. And some point this week, I'm supposed to be going to this Barons War event on Saturday. I'll pass out of a kids' party to go and do it, which is great, because I'd much rather be at Barons War event playing games. I've played games in a long time, and I haven't had a game with Barons War yet, so I'll be looking forward to that one. But yeah, it's let's close that. I need to try and get my my armies sorted. So I've got about 4,000 points worth of models sat unpainted. Ideally, I'd like to get a few of them painted up before the event, so we can at least put some painted models on the table and show a bit of willing. Do you know what I mean? I've done some work on them, but nowhere near enough to be able to kind of, like, you know, call it done. So I think it's going to be a bit of a slap chop job. So I have actually zenithally primed them all, so we just dry brush them all and use the inks as use the contrasts as like stains to tint the model. Which I say slap chop. I was doing that well before slap chop was a thing, so I resent using the term, but people know what I'm on about then. I never used to call it anything. It's just the technique I used in used to use in Photoshop for. Oh, nice, great stuff there. We had a boiler service recently. The guy came out and found there's a gas feeder, it's like a rubber pipe that comes in and it feeds the gas into the boiler. And our pipe was just split, like proper split. But I think it was split where it's clamped on, so it wasn't split in the middle of the pipe. It was at the top where it's over a thing. So luckily we didn't have like a gas leak. But he's like, yeah, I can't leave it like that. So he found one in his van, but it was one that was off like a knackered unit. So he took it off, put it on, and the one he put on was basically also equally damaged. So he put it on as a it wasn't cracked. It was cracked, sorry, rather than split. So it was going to fail at some point soon, but it wasn't kind of quite there. It was better than ours, and it was at least safe for him to install. So he put that on, and then had to come back the next morning with the like a new part to install it. But again, he was quite pleased to be doing it because the alternative was attending a children's birthday party, funnily enough. So. Sorry love, you've got to take the kids to the party, I've got a job I've got to get back to. So I'm pretty sure as far as his wife was concerned, that job took a long time. Yeah, Chaz, I've got them. I mean, I've got a ton of contrast paints. And I do use them on the models, but I don't tend to use them as they are. I tend to go for, like, say, if I'm going to use them, I tend to use the dry brush, the zenithal prime method, followed by a dry brush, and then I'll topically apply the contrast paints as like tints to kind of shade it. To tint it whilst my zenithal work and dry brush and whatever else does the the shading work. So yes, I've done most of that kind of stuff already, and they're already zenithally primed, so they're ready to go for the speed paint. But it means I've got to sit down and actually do them. You know what I mean? Yeah, pretty much, But I don't use the contrast paints as washes. I don't flood the area with them, so I'll still maintain control over how it's applied. So it is literally going on there as a tint. I tend to thin it as well, so I can do it in like multiple passes. But I think for this, to be able to get it done in time for Saturday, I'm gonna have to just I'm gonna have to lower my standards a little bit there and not kind of progressively do it. Oh yeah, yeah, always, mate, always. Actually, finding the time to just get stuck in is the hardest part. I say, especially for me, because I always feel like I should be sculpting. Anytime I sit down to do any hobby stuff, I always feel like I should be sculpting rather than painting. I feel a bit guilty when I'm painting instead of doing something I should be doing, if you know what I mean. That's kind of how I feel in my head. Yeah, don't get into oils with that. I haven't used oils in a long. I've never used oils on miniatures, but the last time I used oils for painting, it took so long to dry. I'm wary about even going down that route with the models. People keep going on about oil washes and stuff, and like, you know, they look amazing, and you know, you can wipe it all off and kind of get a real grimy look to your models and stuff, and you know, if that's what you're after, then you know, great. But I don't know, it's not a look I particularly like. Let's get into his bum crack. Yeah, I've seen some really nice, some models painted really nicely with oils, but like I say, that's more painting rather than using them as like an oil wash and doing effects and stuff. And I've seen some really nice blends, but I don't think I've really seen anything that I don't think I could achieve with acrylic either. Do you know what I mean? It's, for me, like, miniatures are, you know, acrylic paints are just there for miniatures, aren't they? It's the quickest way of getting something done nice and, you know, making it look good, and you know, why mess with that really? It's just my thing. Yeah, I mean, I've done like one painting session on stream, I think, once before. Going back, like, before I even started sculpting on stream, really. I did a live paint along with Kingsguard Mini, but like I say, you guys have never really seen me actually painting live or anything, so I need to do one really soon. But yeah, the gist of it is, like, for me, it's I tend to paint everything in glazes. So I'll start with a base tone. I put my base colour on, my mid tone, and then I glaze my shadows in, I glaze my highlights on, and then glaze in any like effects and stuff like that. So like for human flesh, I tend to, like, once I've done all of the like the flesh tone, then I'll use like you know, I'll go from like maybe like a chocolatey brown in the shadows up to like the kind of the paler flesh colours to get the effect I want. And once I've got the flesh tone like down, I go in there with like red glazes and purple glazes and stuff like that, and just kind of, like, you know, just tint it to help with the shading and add a bit of interest to it. Yeah, I'm a brush licker as well. It's my son's favourite part of painting now. Like, he can't wait to lick the brush when he's finished. Get a sharp point back on it. We had a discussion with it a while ago. I don't know if you were involved in the chat, but we were saying about how different paints have different tastes, though. Like, certain paints are just disgusting. Metallics are never nice. Primers are rank, like, and I think it was scale 75 tend to really not taste nice either. Something about them, they've got this weird, like, real horribleness about them. Citadel tend not to be too bad. unless you're looking at like the contrast and stuff. I wouldn't even attempt to contrast paint, but the you know, the layer paints and stuff are all right. I actually don't do it so much anymore, I don't think. But I used to, as I was painting, I used to like, I'd get the paint on the brush and I'd dab the brush on my tongue and sharpen it, and obviously I'd add a little bit of liquid to the paint as I was going. Yeah, I don't do that anymore. It's mostly for me. It's just sharpening the brush after I've wet it now, after I've washed it. But even actually, do you know what? To be fair, most of the time I do that with brush soap now as well. So my habits are just changing a little bit because I'm not doing it so much. What I used to do on my tongue, I now do on the side of my thumb. You know what I mean? Like just dabbing a bit of paint off and all that kind of stuff. This is going to take bloody ages, isn't it, doing this for like 5 beastmen? I say you could in theory do this stage pre-pose and then just kind of you know, just keep it consistent for all of them, but then they'll all have the same look. Everything will be visually like just a repose. I want these guys to actually look different. Yeah, it works good, this does. And I say it's just the oil cracks brush, but you have to control like the flow of the fur and stuff. You can't, like a lot of these ones where it's like an alpha, they give you like a prescribed fur shape, and you see it repeated over and over again on a model. It just looks awful. It looks wrong, and there's nothing organic about it. Do you know what I mean? A lot of people just like, they stamp it on because there's hair there or fur there, and it's like, it's not appropriate to use in that situation. And like, you know, not all animals have got the same kind of fur. So like, you know, the brush that you tend to see, it tends to be like a shaggy fur kind of thing. So you'd use it for something that's got like longer hair. Let's save this, it's a crap out of it. You'd use it on something that's got like longer hair. But then, yeah, there's nothing underneath it. So for me, what I always do is I always I bulk up the shape using the clay build-up brush. So I create kind of volume to the hair, if you like, using the clay build-up, which is what you can see here. This like this strandiness. If I want it to be more uneven, obviously, if I want it to look a bit scruffier, then yeah, you can just go and just make it so it's the under layer is like a little bit less even, and then you just go a little bit more like I'm doing here now. This is like this is like a scruffy hair. So you have an uneven underlayer. Don't necessarily follow the strands I've sculpted. They're just there, and then I'm just going over them with the Orbs Cracks brush. But I've got it inverted, so I'm holding Alt all the time. And when you, like I say, when you paint it, you know, you can dry brush the hell out of this, and it's just going to kind of like come up quite nice. You know, you're going to get a nice look by the end of it. But yeah, like as you say, there more visible at scale than some of the alphas. So like some of these alphas they use, they're either over stylized and like I say they're just repetitive, or it's a fur alpha that is, it's basically going to be very superficial. And when you come to actually print the model, it might be there on the STL file, it might be visible in the render, but when you come to print it, you're going to lose 90% of the depth of that texture in the print, because it's not been designed to scale. Right, hang on a second. I'm just going to carve a bit of this out. So I got to this bit here and I realised actually it's quite a decent look there, kind of losing it off the I think, yeah, we're getting to the territory now where this mesh is, the mesh density is growing, and it's starting to lag a little bit. Yeah, and this is it. And again, it's not like you're dealing with a, you know, an immaculately groomed Shih Tzu or something like that, is it? You know what I mean? You're talking about a bloodthirsty goat demon who lives out in the wilds, and you know, he's probably more interested in you know, eating people and killing things than it is grooming his own fur. So yeah, the grooming doesn't need to be a big part of its personality and its character, so let's make him look rough as make him look rough as arseholes, and job's a good one. There we go. Just carve some of that back. Right, now when I've done the carving back here, I just want to come back with the I just want to carve just some of the negative space back out, which helps it to just look like fur again rather than just a mass of stuff. So, there we go. There's one beastman. Oh, it's not done. Balls. I thought I was ready then. Yeah, it does, mate. It does. It helps to create the shadow effect on the model when you're doing the renders and stuff, and also when you are painting a model. It gives you that definition and distinction from the from one area to the next. So when you're transitioning from flesh to fur, it kind of helps with that. And again, direction is always important with hair. So on an arm, on my arm at least, if I hold my arm straight out in front of me with my hand, with my thumb in the air, the hairs on my arm, they grow from the top, like from the top of my arm, they grow like downwards off to the right. You know, so again, if his arm is the same, I'm just going to go by the same thing. And I know different people have got like weird kind of like, you know, patterns of hair, or they've got curly hair and stuff like that, and you can do all of that on the models too. It just takes a little bit more, should we say, getting right, because there's so much interpretation in the scale. If you start trying to do like unusual hair textures and patterns and stuff like that, it makes it quite difficult to read. You know, you look. Oh mate, I've got no hair on my head. I've got tons everywhere else. None on my head. My daughter, she was in the bathroom the other day, and usually what she does is she'll burp or fart and then try and blame everybody else. Only for a laugh. She thinks it's hilarious. So I was in the bathroom and I burped while she was getting ready for a shower, and I said, "Oh, Willow Kelly," and she laughed and she went, "That was not me." She went, "That was a big man who's got bald hair and whose name starts with Daddy." Sound like you're charming. Cheers, man. Oh mate, she does as well. She's learnt to burp on command, so she can do it just at will now. And yeah, she thinks it's the funniest thing ever. How's work going today anyway, Alston? Fart on command. You seen that bloke who's in the Guinness Book of Records? He can kind of like, he can swallow air through his bumhole and then kind of just like propel it back out at will. I don't know if it's a skill or if you can learn it or if it's like a natural thing. But dude, if you want to do a video documentary about your adventures into learning to fart on command, I'm pretty sure that it'd be a good hit for your channel. Right, let's do that. Right, so I'm going to call this one done. So the first one is finished now for fur, so I'm just going to merge that down. Yeah, it'd be like playing the bagpipes, you know, that whole thing. You have to breathe in through your nose and then out through your mouth, and you keep it going. You can keep the bagpipe going. If you could do that with your bumhole, you'd be Oh god, Charles, good luck, mate. Keep us posted. Feel free to drop it in the Discord channel if you find any interesting results. Make sure you tag Elston though, for context. Okay, let's just get that in there. I need a little bit of hairy armpit, didn't I? So that's what I'm going to do. It's probably advisable, Chaz. I just remember when I was at school, one of my mates let out a ripper of a fart, and then he just went, "Oh, a fart's lumpy." I'm like, "No." Oh, shit myself. Bear with me a second, guys. We've had the doorbell go. I need to just double check, so I'm expecting some deliveries. Give me a second. No deliveries. Just my neighbour. Is he coming round for a cup of tea with the wife? Okay, so hairy armpit done that side. This side just going to finish off. Let me just need to deal with these. Let's say the blisters and pustules and all that horrible stuff. Elston, I've just read your comment, mate. You could try that. I'm not sure how successful you'd be. Don't think the two systems are entirely connected. How do we end up here every time you're on stream, Elston? Okay, so he is complete, yeah? It only took 5 minutes, mate. Give him some like nice big boils and blisters and a couple of popped ones. Just gonna do some nice gross oozing effects. Do you know what I feel this guy needs, actually? Like Thor Ragnarok, the mental goats. Mid pop. That'll be impressive. It'll be hard to do that one, is there? Might do some oozing on them. Oops, didn't want to do that. Can you guess what it is yet? Apologies for my very dodgy Rolf Harris impression then. And again, in the current environment, Rolf Harris impressions are probably not the most appropriate thing to be throwing out there. So, is there any other kind of Rolf Harris these days there, mate? Let's do a bit of a drip on that one as well, I think. Yeah, do you ever just impulsively do something and then realise, I should have just kept my mouth shut? You are not wrong, mate, you're not wrong. But the entertainment value is there, so it's not all bad, is it? No, I've not seen your I've not seen your interview with James Workshop. I've seen the James Workshop videos, but I've not seen your actual one. Is it with the proper James Workshop guy, or is it just a? Is it you doing some bad impression? Oh right, you actually did. Oh, you actually saw the proper guy. He put you to shame on the filthiness. I will definitely have to watch that. It's on your channel, is that, or did you say we? Was it somebody else with your? Dude, I'll tell you what. If you can ping the link into my Discord, I'll have a little gander at that after stream's done. Right, so I've got one complete Bulezau here. Let's do a few. Did you ever watch the Community TV series? You ever watch that? Because I always think it's thinking with that guy, like with the community like series, there was an episode where how it was now. It's something to do with Subway, like that, to get a guy to legally change his name to Subway, and he had to be Subway. And there was this like whole like legal contract that he wasn't allowed to have. Yeah, Kev's will be amusing. Is he doing the rounds then or something? Or what? What's the crack? Games Workshop loaning him out, or have they sacked him off now and he's looking for extra work, or? Looks like he sacked his agent because his agent wouldn't get back to people about podcast interviews. What, did he just want to do the podcast, did he, or is he doing it in an official capacity, or is he just there as as himself kind of thing? And now he's regretting it. Right then, here we go. So we've got one complete Bulezau now. So the tail is going to be an optional piece. I'm so tempted to just leave them off though. I don't even like them. I don't like the tail bits just there. Alright, so he literally is just there chatting. Cheers, matey. Yeah, I've got it, mate. I've just seen it pop up on my screen. I'll definitely give that a watch in a bit after I've finished all of these. But today is the last day of January and I need to get these buggers finished, so I need to crack in and knuckle down on these guys. So I'm gonna skip a step with this guy, I think. What happened? What, you just end up rolling around like laughing like an idiot kind of thing? I don't know. Is Chaz there still? Chaz, have you found out? Is there a holy grail at the end of this quest, or is it a is it like the Frenchman in Monty Python and the Holy Grail? So very nearly did the impression of them again then. I will refrain so I don't offend anybody. Thought he was looking weird, and I totally forgot I'd taken the horns off, and that was why. That was why he looked bizarre. Right, I'm going to get behind his ear there. I'm going to inflate it so I can join the ear to the shoulder, because might as well, frankly. And like here where I've got this bit, actually it would pay to join the arm. Who was it duplicating? Yeah. Anybody who's just tuned in looking at this thinking this looks a really crappy goat man, I do apologise, you're not seeing him at his best. as well. I'm just going to get into that little gap between his body and his like tricep, and I just want to fill some of that space. Let's just do a few little. The other thing to be careful of if you're sculpting fur like this is to make sure that you get the what do you call it? You don't want them to like the strands to cross over. You can weave them, so like go in and out and underneath one and then stop again and then come back out. But you don't want to go straight across the strands like that because it just goes wrong. So you're better off starting and stopping so it looks like the hair is like interwoven and tangled into itself and whatever else, than physically trying to draw strands that cross over each other. Again, especially if you're doing like a long matted hair, much better way to go. Yeah, if you ever do get that whole if you ever end up doing what I've done here where you're getting a few bits too close to each other, just use the negative of that. Just define some of the strands. It's more important that you, obviously, you know, you get the impression of what you're trying to achieve, but also that you're what you're doing is paintable. So the definition and the cavities, they're going to help to reinforce the representation of the hair, because that's what it is really, isn't it? We're dealing with like representations, scale representations of things rather than things. So if we were trying to make hair, we'd be dealing with like particle simulators and all that kind of good stuff. We certainly wouldn't be sculpting it if we were trying for a realistic look anyway. So Elston, if you're still there, mate, this James Workshop, does he still do the Games Workshop videos? Is he still doing the James Workshop character, or has he stopped doing that now? What, he's still doing it? I thought Games Workshop might have something to say about that. It's almost like a kind of a a spokesperson for Games Workshop, isn't he? I know he's like a mad piss take, like, but you know, does he have to disclaimer his? Does he have to disclaimer himself to say his opinions are his own and all that kind of business? Oh, is that where it all started with him, was it? Doing audiobooks for him? He's a wrestler as well. Oh, it gets better. Brilliant. Saying about wrestlers, we've been watching that SAS Who Dares Wins, you know, the one where they take members of the public and put them through the SAS survival courses. That's so funny. I love the when they get into bee stings and stuff. The way the instructors speak to them. Oh, it's just funny, man. So here's a question for you then. This is going to open another rabbit hole with Elston, I'm certain. If I do a female beastman, she obviously won't have boobs, will she? But would she have like a big udder dangling between her legs, or? That'd be a really weird look, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's it. She'd have like the belly udder hanging down, wouldn't she? A big hairy boob. Oh, she'd definitely be hairy, wouldn't she? So goat. Gotta be hairy. Ever seen a bald goat? I mean, I will hasten to add, I'm not actually planning on doing a female beastman. You know, they're kind of genderless, aren't they? The demons these ones are, so I don't think they really need to specific. If anybody kicks off and they really they're desperate for a female beastman, it's just a bit weird, isn't it? Not saying I wouldn't accommodate it then, but Yeah, I know what you mean there, mate. I was actually contemplating doing it on one of these, actually. The big dangly appendages that looks like a pair of pendulous nuts hanging down under a chin. I don't know if Rich is about at the moment, but I bet he'd have a solid opinion on the resident animal man, isn't he, Rich? So, I wonder if he deals with goats. Oh yeah, the reason I mentioned that SAS, by the way, there was a guy on there who used to be a professional wrestler as well. I know what you mean though, the thing that hangs down onto the chin. It might not be an udder, but it's definitely a thing, isn't it? Definitely a goat thing. But I do kind of think, I don't know if it's I mean, it's not just me. I mean, I've been using goat images and references and stuff like that to make these guys look like goats. But when I look at the Games Workshop beastmen, I know they're supposed to be goats, but they never actually look goat-like. Do you know what I mean? They're more like small minotaurs, aren't they? Aside from the shapes of the horns they have, there's not really a lot of goatiness about a beastman. Which obviously I wanted to correct with these guys. Oh, and for reference as well, when you're searching for beastman on Google, you have to put Chaos Beastman, otherwise you just get tons of pictures of the awful bad guy from the He-Man cartoons and the He-Man toys. Who has one of the most obnoxious colour palettes known to man. Masking off a chunk of the things I can get in here and sculpt the fur under the legs. My hope is that I can still, once I've merged the parts together, I want to try and isolate the arm, bring the arm into the leg just a touch so I can close that gap up, and then the leg, oh god, what's that? Where's that gone from? The leg can help to support the, I'll just sculpt it out. The leg can help to support the arm. So, if you can make them part of the model self-supporting or give it a little bit of extra stability and structure, it's always worthwhile doing. Bunker's got me questioning something now. Okay, those things that hang down underneath the goat's neck, mate, they're called a wattle. And they're believed to be skin appendages that are evolutionary remnants of a gland no longer needed or required by its body. Hence its outward appearance. They serve no function. Some goats have them, some goats don't. So you know what? The next one's having wattles. There you go. You see what you've done? It's like a goat's version of an appendix or something, isn't it? Something they've got but they don't need and we don't know why. Yeah, so I was looking at the Games Workshop beastmen and facially I just don't think they look goat-like. No, it's a complete accident. That is, I quite like the look of like the big scar. I think I might keep it. Get some I think, yeah, I mean it's more facially, to be honest. I mean they kind of, they look a little bit more what do we call it now? They look a little bit more bovine, if you ask me, like a bit minotaur-y. I say it's not a bad thing. I like the design of them, but I just don't think they're very goaty. Which obviously is kind of the point when it's what they're going for, isn't it? Bommy's falling asleep here. A little Mickey Mouse boil on his belly. If you're sculpting and getting lag, especially with the dynamic topology, the way of resolving that is to isolate the area you're sculpting on. So isolate the mesh from everything else, and then just work on the little bit you need to work on. And if you haven't watched it already, new season of Vox Machina's on Amazon at the moment. Very, very good. Just finished all the episodes that are up at the moment. Just waiting for a few more to drop now. I think they're doing that annoying weekly release thing. Brilliant, isn't it? Have you watched that Dota Dragon Blood yet as well? If you're enjoying Vox Machina, give Dota a go as well. Dota, I want to say Netflix. Yeah, it's called Dota Dragon Blood. And there's I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 seasons of it, but it's really, really good. It's like it's properly ended as well, so there's no more coming. They've nice and neatly wrapped up the whole storyline and drawn a line under it, so it is full on done. And then the other one that you need to watch is the Dragon Prince, which is on Netflix as well, I think. And Dragon Prince is just amazing. It's it doesn't have like the blood and guts or anything in it. It's quite child friendly, so you know I watched that with Jacob and he loves it. But yeah, it's really, really good. Is that this guy again? Yeah. Yeah, really good show. Weird knee thing going on here. Let's just sort that out. Yeah, Rich, you missed a big discussion about goat anatomy and stuff. I wasn't sure how much you'd be able to contribute as an animal. What is it? Animal trainer, is it? Yeah, basically our resident like animal man. If you had anything else to kind of add to. We discovered that the dangly bits underneath a goat's neck are called wattle. And we also discovered that I'm going to be sculpting that on the next one of these guys that gets finished. Delete that one. Yep, they are. My niece Holly, we always took the mickey out of her for it, but she basically when she was a kid she went to a farm. She's like one of these like mad people who's like think they're Dr. Dolittle. And yeah, she goes up to this goat, only a baby one, and it headbutted her. So basically he headbutted her, and she's basically ever since gone on about her near-death experience, which obviously we don't let that slide. We've got to hold her to account for that, over dramatisation of the whole event. take that, we'll take the horns, we'll take the eyes. Get off. Split hidden. Right, so I'm going to duplicate it in case I need to. Hopefully I won't need to, and I can 842, I think 848, 848, there we go, Dynamesh. So I'm going to start merging all of this together now. To try and correct some of these anatomy mistakes that have happened in the course of this particular one that's caused me some problems. I remember going to it was a kind of a work conference, and it was at Dudley Zoo, and they've got like a little conference centre there. No, was it a conference centre or was it a tent? I can't remember if it was a marquee in the castle, I think it was. But I remember having to drive, I was setting it all up, and I remember having to drive up to the castle. And you have to kind of drive through the zoo and get up to there. And one of the goats had completely escaped. This was it's after hours when like the zoo's shut, kind of thing. One of the goats had escaped, jumped out of its paddock and then bounced across my car. So that was fun. Nice hoof dents in the bonnet. That's a bit more balanced, I think. Oops. Yeah, do you find goats get stuck a lot as well? Like they shove their heads through like fences where they've got like slatted wooden posts and things like that, slatted wooden like fence boards or whatever, and then they end up obviously trying to pull the head out, and then the horns are getting stuck. We used to have, when I was a kid, there was like a house at the end of our road. It's about 4 or 5 doors down from my mum and dad. And they used to have goats. They used to keep them in the front garden. And, you know, we lived in like a suburb. It weren't like, you know, it wasn't anything particularly rural. We just had these random family decided to keep a couple of goats. And one of them was right vicious. Always headbutting you. Trying to, at least. Maybe that's why they make good demons. That's better. That's felt really awkward and weird for ages. This particular model, and no matter what I've looked at to try and correct it, it's just not wanting to work. I think I've sorted it now. Yeah, no worries, Rich. Catch you in a bit, mate. So I feel like Kev's missing today. We need Kev here. I don't know if I want to do this guy like too much in the way of hair on his head. I feel like I want to keep it kind of. I might just do that. I might just give him a little wisp on the top. Right, so too long. Do you know what it reminds me of? Did any of you watch movie 43? So if you haven't watched it, I'm going to go and recommend that you get it and watch it now. Because it's the funniest and most bizarre film I've ever seen. It's called Movie 43. Basically, it's like a whole film made up of short sketches, like comedy sketches. And there's one of the bits in there. It's got Hugh Jackman in it. So I can't remember who the female actress is. I want to say it's like Kate Winslet. I could be wrong. They're all famous celebrities, like really famous. And they're doing things that you really would never think you'd see them ever do, ever. So the one that this reminds me of is I think it's the first one in the movie. But basically, you have Hugh Jackman, and Kate Winslet's like going out for a blind date with this guy, and she's expecting him to be like a weirdo and a loser or whatever else, and she's not got high expectations. And then she turns up and it's Hugh Jackman, and like, you know, she fancies the pants off him straight away. She's blown away by him and everything else, and it turns out he's a millionaire philanthropist, and she's like, you know, she's thinking like, where's the catch? You know, everything about him is like perfect. And they sit down at a restaurant, and all the staff know him. Everybody's just treating him like a normal guy. He's like, you know, really nice and whatever else. And someone comes over and says, "Oh, can I take your scarf?" And they take the scarf off him. And he's got a pair of balls hanging from his neck, like literal, actual hairy knackers dangling. And then like they're sitting there eating soup, and he like leans in to get a mouthful of his soup, and his nuts dangling to the thing, and she's like heaving and retching. But like nobody's batting an eyelid about it. Like everybody's just treating it like it's completely normal, and like you can see she just thinks like, am I going mental? Has he really got a pair of nuts hanging from his neck? But yeah, it's funny. It's so funny, and it's so wrong. Like really, you know, it's totally, you know, one of those real inappropriate films. Don't ever watch it with kids, unless you want to do some real explaining at various points. But yeah, if you need a laugh and you can appreciate a bit of silly humour, it's definitely one to watch. I think one of my favourite sketches in there was with Gerard Butler as a foul-mouthed leprechaun. There's another one with a real odd pairing where you get Stephen Merchant and Hal Berry. And it's not a combination you'd ever think you'd see or that would particularly work, but my god, they do. They are so funny together. Yeah, give it a watch and let me know what you think. Yeah, a lot of it. You'll see a lot of the skits on it on like YouTube. You know, because they're only short. They're you know, 10 minutes each or something like that. So you will see bits of it, but I need to watch it myself actually. It's been a long time since I've seen it, and it was I remember it being really funny, but I can't remember all of the sketches. Trying to get this guy's legs done, and then it's going to brew up again, I think. I thought I'd done the bottom of the leg on the other leg actually, but I haven't. That's you know, when you think you've done something and it turns out you haven't, it's like a huge disappointment. Back's killing me today. I took Willow to school this morning and she decided she wants carrying halfway down the road. She's too big to carry now, and she squirms when you're holding her as well. It's like, you know, when it's like you're trying to carry an unstable load that's a little bit too heavy, and then she's like wearing a coat that's quite slippy, you can't get a grip. It ain't done my back any favours at all, and I feel like I'm suffering for it now. As I'm doing this now, I'm also pondering my Baron's War game, and I'm thinking, do I go for all knights, or do I go for some like peasantry type troops? Or do I go for the outlaws and have like Robin Hood's merry men? Definitely time to go and get a cuppa because Amy's just messaged me telling me she's bought hot cross buns. I know it's not Easter, but I don't care. Never a bad time for a hot cross bun. Although the rest of the year it's called a toasted tea cake, isn't it? It just doesn't have the cross on it. It's still the same thing. Right, so I've just got the bits underneath the on the back of the arms to do on this guy. And he's got his neck nuts as well, so I'm happy with that. Okay, so that's 3 of these Bulezaus completely done. Oh, sorry, 2 completely done. 1 kind of about 80% now, I'd say. And then 2 more to go. Right. Give me a minute to go and get my brew and my hot cross buns, guys, and I'll be back to you shortly. Okay, I shall see you in a minute. Don't go away anywhere, but if you are, go to my morning, guys, and back with the plate of hot cross buns. Yum 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 yum. Get off me, come on. And I'll tell you what, it's like a lovely spring day outside as well. Hey Patrick, how you doing, mate? Hope you're keeping well. Right. Yeah, got all the little birds in the garden, and then we've got the. I've just seen a little bee, like a honeybee. Obviously, they're not typically out around about this time of year, but whether he's going to regret it later, I don't know. But okay, just put the form on, so there's some body to the hair. I'm just going to isolate the arm so I can just work on it easily without lag. Don't normally get lag, but because I'm using a dynamic topology, you need to keep your poly count low, otherwise eventually it stops working. But while it is working, it's going to be really kind of laggy and unresponsive. Do the same on this side. Let's get the hand masked out. So first thing to do is just that joint there. Let's just blend that in. Blend that. I just need to come up to this bit now. I just want to smooth out the excessive tessellation I'm seeing. Do a little scar on the eye here. I was going to add in some blisters and whatnot on this dude now, while I just chomp my way through hot cross bun. So just bear with me a second. I'm just going to pop you on mic off for a minute so I'm not chomping in your ear. Sorry guys, I finished eating and I forgot to turn the microphone back on. Right, there we go. I think this guy is getting to be quite grotesque actually. I'm going to call him done. Let's go on to the next one. I think this guy's definitely asking for some neck nuts. So what do you think, guys? Should I leave the tails off them or should I put the tails on? Do you think they need the tails? Right, 848. Dynamish. Duplicate it again just in case. And this one I'm just going to go and delete the first one. I don't need that. Yeah, I know. It's annoying, isn't it? I'm wondering if I can get away with maybe putting the tails as a little stick-on thing. So they can put them on if they want to. Because otherwise I've got to faff around doing two versions of them with the things and then supporting two loads of them. I saw a thing yesterday where somebody set up a Patreon, basically just doing supports for models that were offered free on the internet. So he was taking all the free models that you find on the internet that didn't already have supports packaged with them, and then doing supports for them and offering them pre-supported. And he came under enormous fire from the sculptors, who basically turned around and went, "You can't do that." So he ended up pulling the plug on it and stopping very, very promptly. I think multi-parts might be hard, a bit difficult on these ones because I've started as they are, so trying to add the multi-parting in now is going to be quite tricky. You kind of need to start knowing you're doing multi-part. So you can plan like the common leg, common hip joints and stuff like that. And you also need to have like, there needs to be some kind of belt or something, I think, to yeah, just chatting to the wife, and Jacob's got his own board game club tonight at school, and it makes me wince because like I really wanted to come home and say, oh, what have you been playing? I want him to say something like Talisman or something like that. Like proper games. Hero Quest would be amazing, or Space Hulk, or something along those lines. What have you been playing today in board game club? Monopoly. It's not even a game. Who wants to play Monopoly? Monopoly is a game for people who hate games. It's not fun. You got your whole life to be screwed over by like other people and having to deal with money and taxes and all that kind of stuff. It is family killer. It's just a terrible example of a game, isn't it, as well? It's like there's no point in Monopoly where you actually have fun. You just sit there and you do whatever the thing tells you to. It's not an entertain. It's not a fun game. That's my beef with it. Now, if you want a fun game to play with the kids, there's one called Pictureka, and our kids love it. It's basically like a big Where's Wally kind of thing. You have this whole board that's full of like crazy pictures, and you have to like look around for whatever's on the card. So you pull a card out and it will say like, you know, find this picture, and then you have to look on these like 9 tiles, and amongst all this this chaos of drawings and pictures, and like they're like little weird doodles for most of the part. You go and dig through and trawl it and try and find the pictures that it's showing you. But it's a good game. Very entertaining, very family friendly, and the kids love it. Hey Adam, how you doing, mate? So for those of you who are not on Facebook, Adam has posted a question saying, when using the clay build-up, everybody uses the default square alpha. Is there a reason for it? I find it too blocky and use a rounder, softer one. The only reason I use it, Adam, is because so say if I'm going to save this quickly just in case it doesn't undo what I'm about to do. I can revert back to the save file. But let's say on the shoulder here, if I want to use get some mass in there, I can kind of do this with muscles, right? So bear in mind we're dealing with organic things. Do this with the muscles, and then by going lightly on the stroke, you lose the what do we call it? The obvious square alpha. So you can press hard to get immediate form, but then you can go over it lightly. And when you do that, actually, for the most part, as a muscle, I'm quite happy with that. I don't mind having that like little bit of surface texture, which looks kind of like tough sinewy muscle, and it's quite a good effect to get. But like I say, it's just for blocking in, so you don't really need to worry about the shape of it. You don't need to worry about anything else. You just kind of thrash in all of your forms, and then you refine them. So if you wanted a softer one, you can just use the standard brush. Obviously, the standard brush it's got the round alpha. Well, sorry, no alpha. But the standard will do the job. You can use the clay brush if you want something a bit softer. But what I tend to do is use, so like, let's use the hair here as an example. Smooth out that shoulder a little bit. So use the hair. I've used the clay build-up brush to kind of get basically just slap all the stuff where I want it to go. And then I can use the clay brush then to just, if I want to smooth that out, I can just come in with the clay and just smooth over some of the texture and stuff that I've created with the thingy brush, build-up brush. Does that make sense? I don't know specifically why it's the square shape on the clay build-up. But if you don't like that one, you can try clay tubes as well, which I believe is more. It's a softer one, but I don't tend to use it really. Actually, no, it seems to be the same, except it's suffering with a bit of lag. But the lag could be down to, yeah, the lag is down to my poly count on the model doing. The clay tubes feels a bit smoother when you apply it. Yeah, I think for me though, I've got so used to working in a certain way. It never even occurs to me to need to change it, if that makes sense. But it can be too blocky. If you're trying to use a mouse, it's terrible. You can't work with it with a mouse. But if you're using a stylus, and like I say, you can vary your pressure sensitivity. It's good for just building up form. Thank you, Adam. But yeah, it's this kind of, you see this very slight texture here. That's what I'm aiming for. But it only works if you're sculpting directionally. So you have to use the you have to go in the same direction as the muscles and things like that you're trying to kind of emulate. Because if you don't, it just looks weird. Basically. I think I might give this one a little tufty beard. Then we're going to do his neck nuts. Yeah. Yeah, if you're doing Zbrush stuff, you really do want to be investing in a tablet as soon as you can. Because yeah, working with a mouse is going to hinder you in the long run with Zbrush. It's not designed for it, and to get the most out of the whole sculptoriness in there, you need to kind of, you know, use the stylus. I do use a mouse occasionally, but only when I'm doing. I sometimes use it for like posing. So like when I'm posing a model, I use a mouse there because it gives you a kind of a certain level of control, and obviously being able to go and click and right click and things. But also, if I'm doing things like the Z modeler, if I'm using Z modeler in the software, I find it's a lot easier to use a mouse with that than it is to try and like do. You can do it with a pen still, but you can do it still with the stylus, but I do find it easier to do it with the mouse. Let's just inflate his neck nuts, which earlier on we did discover these are called a wattle. And they serve no real purpose in life apart from to make you think that the goat has nuts hanging from its neck. So I'm using the forms here as I put down earlier as like a guide. So I'm not worrying about following them too stringently. And you can carve back in as well. You don't have to just do you know, all positive or all negative. You can vary it and mix it up. And again, when you're doing this, you really want to have lazy mouse turned on, because it helps you to get a taper on your stroke. So I need to get in inflate this bit here, because that's not working. It's a gap I don't need, so let's just inflate that bit. Yeah, Z Modeler is the one instance in Zbrush where the mouse is probably the better tool to use. But yeah, for any amount of sculpting work, a pen stylus is your only real option if you want the proper control over it. Because one of the main things you're missing with the mouse, it's like here on the hand now, the pen's got like 2048 levels of sensitivity or something like that. So I can start with a very light stroke, and then I can increase the depth of the stroke, and I can get a varied kind of thickness and Z depth. It's like how wide the stroke is and how deep it is, and I can control that with the pen as I'm going. If I'm just using a mouse, I don't have that control. I'm literally starting at one point and ending at the point, and there's no way of managing that. So you end up with very kind of blocky strokes. And here again, I'm starting with a row of hair. I should start at the bottom really, but it doesn't really matter. They go between the strokes, between the strands. I don't want to kind of pick up the end of a strand. I want to kind of do a new stroke. It is easier if you start at the bottom, and I really should have done that, to be fair. But when you start at the bottom and work up, you've got a little bit of leeway to be doing overlaps and stuff like that, which makes it a little bit easier to sculpt generally. So again, with this one, let's start at the bottom. Next layer. We don't want everything to be completely the same either, so change the direction of these strokes ever so slightly when you're doing hair. Give it a bit more of a natural look. If it's too uniform, it's going to look weird. Yeah, turds. Grab that head in the corner then, by accident. Now the other thing obviously is hair that looks like this and styled like this in reality would look like you've got a load of like, you know, like Cadbury's fingers or Kit Kat fingers or something like that hanging off you. It's obviously a lot thicker than actual hair would be, but we're stylising like clumps and things rather than just strands, and again it's just about a stylistic representation of what it is we're trying to make. because realistic hair at this kind of scale will actually probably have no texture at all. Everything will look like Lego men. Oh. Oh my god, I've just realised I sat in the wrong chair. That's why my shoulders hurting. I've got two chairs here. One of them's got arms on it and one hasn't got arms. They're identical chairs other than that. I'm sat in the chair that's got no arms, so my left elbow is just like free hanging, if you like, off the edge of the desk. That's why my shoulder's hurting me. Better. Yeah, it's worth isolating areas if you're finding there's lag. If you, it's only going to really apply if you're using dynamic tessellation. Really, it might. If your computer's not great, you might also find it with just general sculpting. But reducing the number of polygons that are rendered on screen would always improve your what you call it, the smoothness of your work. Not literally the smoothness, but like the, you know, how quickly and like smoothly you're able to work, rather. Yeah, doing hair like this, it's all about the placement of the strokes. You want to try and like fill the gaps without actually crossing over, and you'll get a kind of a nice hair-like effect then. Get a few little S bends in there as well, so you're not just, you know, C shapes, straight shapes, little S bends. Makes it a little bit more organic and a little bit more believable. Just reads better. I think I've got one more to do after this guy. looking nice and creepy. Bit of a Pan's Labyrinth type vibe going on, which is good. How do I get making hooves? Good question. I think actually I started with the normal human leg from one of my base meshes. Bent it at the knee so it went back. So basically the thigh is the same normal human thigh. Then the knee bends back 45 degrees. When I got to that 45 degree point there, halfway down the leg, I masked off from the knee to halfway down, so after the calf muscles basically. Masked off from there, rotated it round, stretched the leg down, and then I did a little dog leg in it for the thing, chopped the foot off, so I ended up with like the flat part of the bottom of the leg, and then I just used flipped it basically upside down like that, and then I just used the move tools just to nudge it out to give it a splayed bottom, and then just sculpted and smoothed out the outsides of the hooves, and then just used orb cracks to put a big slit down the middle of them. It's quite simple actually. Yeah, you could just add a cylinder to the bottom of a leg. That'd probably work too. Let's varnish that. Let's blend in his neck nuts. Yeah, so actually it started as a ghoul. So one of the next things I need to make is I've got to do some ghouls to expand on my undead. So I need to do some ghouls and ghasts. I'm still trying to figure out the difference between the two. They basically sound the same, except a ghast is like a slightly more higher level ghoul. So I started out with this. So that's my ghoul base. And then I thought, well, I need to do the beastmen for the next one. So they've got to be quite demony and quite monstrous. So I used this as a basis. I adjusted the musculature just a touch. Changed the head, obviously. Sculpted like 3 new goat heads, and then 3 different sets of horns. And then when it came to this bit, what I did was I deleted the feet. So just take the feet off, and then we're left with the legs. So here, what I basically did was mask it there, actually a little bit further out, mask it like there, invert the mask, come down to here, kick it back to about that angle, so it's like coming back towards the knee, so it's following the same line as the thigh again, and then rotate it round, stretch it out, and at the bottom inflate. And then not mask, not that one, this one. Take it to about there. Enlarge and it's because I haven't got symmetry. So do that, and then you can basically slice the bottom off there. That is not correct. Oh, you ball bag. Cheers, Zbrush. It never ceases to amaze me how bad a Zbrush can actually be at just not being deterred. Back onto him then. So yeah, so that's it basically anyway. So yeah, the gizmo is 10 times better than the transpose line. There's certain times when the gizmo is a bit of a faff and the transpose line would technically be easier, but I still don't bother with the transpose line. In fact, I don't think any of the original kind of like move, rotate, scale lines particularly work any better than the gizmo. I think gizmo is like just generally the best anyway, isn't it? So did I lose anything? I think I just lost my last, just a few oils and things I put on there. Let's just, yeah, there we go. Let's just do it without the I'm just going to turn dynamic tessellation off for a little bit. Let's get these back in with the I don't know where I put them before, but they are just randomly placed. It doesn't make a difference. Adam, it's no worries, mate. Like I say, my internet was acting up, and I didn't think I was going to be doing a stream on Monday, so I just thought I'd get ahead of the sculpt. So I ended up starting it on Sunday evening, and then the engineer came out quite early, fixed the internet, and got it working again. And I was able to get back on a stream on Monday, but I'd kind of shortcutted the whole creation of these, so you know, they should have been. I would have normally done them all on the stream, but because of the, I say, not expecting it to go ahead, I just did a little bit of work offline, and I missed the whole base mesh creation, which obviously you'd normally see all of that. So yesterday I just jumped straight into posing and like customising each of the models, which is not a bad thing, you know what I mean? But it's just it just misses a fair size section out for you guys then when you want to see what's going on. So I'm happy to talk you through what I was doing and the thought process and the shortcuts and stuff. Don't ever apologise for asking questions, mate. Like I say, if you don't ask, you'll never know. So I'm using the clay build up here, but I am using it in like small circular strokes. And I'm just going to go over the sideways across the thing to try and give it that maggoty look. You know, I want it to look like sections of a... The maggots have sections? You know what I mean, little ridges and stuff you get down them. I don't want to have to sculpt a maggot in full detail, but you know. And then let's make that one weak too. Well, the final step to do on all of these guys, once I've done this last one, is to get in and just dink up the weapons a little bit. They're all looking a little bit too clean for some, like, you know, pestilent kind of horrible, grotty kind of creatures. They want to be all like little nicks and, like, you know, gnarly bits in there that gonna you just know you want to avoid so you don't catch anything. Right, so split there. Just a quick save. So yeah, at the end of those legs, what I would basically do is use a slice tool to just cut the bottom of the hoof flat, and then Dynamesh with groups on to kind of isolate it as a separate piece, get rid of it, and then just, like I say, put the orb cracks groove down the middle of the hoof. So that is, I think I did quite a thorough job on the musculature on this guy, so I don't think I need to go back and adjust anything. I just need to blend it all together. So we'll just come into up here, around the back. Neck needs a bit of attention, but I think I'm going to put some hair on this one, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'll give this one the big beard. When you're doing dynamic tessellation, what you can find as well is your poly count is going to skyrocket very, very gradually. So like you've watched my poly count here, we're on 666 666,714 active points. As I do this for just a minute or two, you're going to start seeing that number climb. So we're on like 679, 680, 683, Do you know what I mean? I'm not really doing an awful lot of stuff here. I'm just, you know, just roughing in the shapes. Let's say the poly count is climbing. It keeps dropping down as well. So like if I press hard as I'm doing it, it's going to reduce the poly count back, because I'll show you what's happening here with the. Let me just auto group it. So I'll show you what's happening. So this is the density of the mesh I've got normally. This is my standard Dynamesh mesh. When I go lightly on the tool, so I'm basically I'm going very, very gentle, and it's applying a very small tessellated mesh onto the model. The lighter I press, the lighter the press, the smaller it is. But if I come in and make a big heavy stroke, it knows I'm not being precise, and it loads in this massive space with less topology. So we've gone down to 669 from 673 from that one stroke. But like here over the shoulders, if I reduce the size right down and smooth over it with dynamic tessellation, you can see how small it's making the mesh now, and you'll see the poly count skyrocket and climb. So you're best off working large to start with until you know you need to bring it in. So the bigger you can get away with in the first instance, the lower you're going to keep your poly count. So I'm going to come under here. I'm just going to inflate that, because we're going to sculpt right into the back of the ear. Yeah, basically I'll use the tessellation during the sculpt, but at the end of it I'll always do a Dynamesh over the whole thing. So the final thing I'll do on everything is, once I've got all the pieces together, I do a a full Dynamesh at a decent resolution, until I've made sure there's no, I don't want any deformation from that Dynamesh. I want to make sure everything stays nice and sharp and crisp still. Once it's done, I can go back into the Z-remesher, not Z-remesher, sorry, the decimation master, and then decimate the model down to something that's printable. But it always starts off with the Dynamesh model rather than a. I wouldn't ever try and do the remeshing, the decimation, without having Dynameshed it first, because it just makes sure that you haven't got any like shells, that everything's like unified. And whenever you do Dynamesh, I don't know if you notice, it always does like close holes. So if you've got any open areas on the model, so let's say you mask off the hand here, group it, and then do that. If you've got something like that and it's hidden in the model, you've got an open hole in the model, and the tessellation is not going to fix that. In fact, tessellation often creates holes in the model, and they can be tiny or they can be massive, but you don't really know until you discover them. So Dynamesh and everything just solves all those problems in one hit. It just, you know, it's going to automatically make sure that your mesh is watertight, that it's you know, it's a good sound mesh to use for a print. And decimation, mate. Decimation is going to make everything into triangles anyway. So the whole quad thing only applies if you're dealing with a mesh that you want to be rigged and animated. So when we're dealing with 3D print, it doesn't matter what your topology looks like. Well, you'll never see me look at it and check it unless I'm working with primitives and I need to add poly loops to stop the things from deforming. But yeah, for the most part, anytime I have to do any kind of what am I saying now? Yeah, anytime there's a a 3D printable product at the end that's not going to be animated and rigged and whatever else, you don't need to concern yourself with the topology. And if you do, you can still work with dynamic tessellation stuff and just do Z-remesh before you like at the end. Do you know what I mean? Just dynamesh it first and then do your Z-remesher just to make sure that you're you're working properly with the mesh. Just be warned about using Z-remesher though. Make sure that you don't have symmetry activated when you turn it on, because what I've noticed is it will look at your model, and if you've got symmetry turned on the model, even if the model is asymmetrical, it's going to symmetrically like retopologize your model, so you're going to end up with a symmetrical model whether you want it or not. So just be careful if you do use that. I'm just going to turn off this now because I'm getting to the laggy point again. So I'm just going to turn off dynamic tessellation. I'm going to work normally without it for now. So I'm still going in the direction the hair would grow on the arm, even though the arm is now raised and in the air. The hair doesn't necessarily have to fall downwards because it's because it's raised, unless the hair is really long, in which case you would want it to. Yeah, so let me save this, Adam, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. But the so Decimation Master is going to create huge, great, big, visible triangles on the surface of the model, and all of this detail here, it's going to try and preserve as much of that as it can by putting the polys into like different areas. But if I show you, I did an exercise for Chris, Cursed Empire, the other day. He asked me for some very low poly copies of the Pure Dark, and I did for him a few weeks back, a couple of months back, and I didn't know what size he wanted, so I outputted at different things. I think it was to go into like a virtual tabletop. So where is it now? So I did this, so I exported it at 95. Can I do this without the lighting? Can I just see the model? Right, here we go. So we've got 95,000 points across the whole model. and you can see it started to, like, we've lost a little bit of detail. Okay, reducing down to 65. We've lost a bit more detail. The model's a little bit simpler. So that's the high poly one. Then we've got the low poly one, and we've got a lower poly one again. So this is that's a 65. Then we've got 35. You can see this whole chest piece now is starting to lose shape. The face, we've lost the eyes on the face, and then we go down to 19,000. Like, the face is formless. These spikes are losing detail. Everything's becoming super simplified. The helmet here should have a skull in it, I believe. The skull is like super simple. And then I did an even lower count one, which is 7.5k. Which you won't even let me get to. Let me show you 7.5k. So 7.5k is... This is what a lot of video game characters would look like coming straight out of the system if you tried to export them from the game. They'd probably have less polys than this, to be honest. They fake the detail on using like bump maps and all that kind of stuff. But you can see how this guy is really super like detailless now. If you tried to print that, the print would be shocking. You'd have no detail on it at all. So that's the dynamic tessellation. That's decimation master. So that's just that's changing the output poly count on decimation master. So here, so let me just save it to make sure I don't screw it up. If I save this, we're going to go down to Z remesher. So I'll show you the topology first. So you can see we've got this tight grid across the model. Let me just dynamesh it so you can see the whole thing straight. Okay, so we've got this square mesh and the whole figure now. Hey Bunker, how you doing, mate? No, mate, no. Hayley's doing a school run today, so she's off to go and pick Willow up in a minute. And then we've got to get Jacob again at 4 o'clock, but thank you for the heads up, sir. Right, so the Z remesher, so I have not got tessellation, sorry, I've not got symmetry on, so I'm just going to do a Z remesher with adapts, leave all the standard settings. I'm just going to click it. It's going to reprocess the whole model, and it's going to try and figure out where all the curves are going. It's going to analyse the mesh, and it's going to try and give it a better mesh. Now usually you're going to lose detail on this. It's quite difficult to get it to work without losing detail if you've sculpted everything in Dynamesh like I do. If you use ZModeler a lot, you can probably get away with it. So you can see it's made an abomination here now. It's lost all the detail, but it has created topology that you would expect to see if you were doing like a video game model. So if you were going to divide this now, actually that now isn't a million miles away from where I started at before I started adding detail, and the mesh has got subdivision levels. Now the thing I was trying to explain to you before was, and I don't know if they fixed it, if it's going to do this or not now. So if I turn symmetry on now, I've got x-axis symmetry on. Okay, so if I go local symmetry, x-axis, this is my center point, just here. And if I Z remesh this now, I'm not going to get a warning about it, but if it does what it's done in the past, it's going to Z remesh it and it's going to flip it so that it's going to be a symmetrical model, which is not going to look like anything now. There you go. So that's what I'm saying with Z remesher. That's what it does if you're if you've got symmetry activated. So the mesh quality is still the same as it was without the what you call it, Z remesher. Without the symmetry on, sorry. The mesh quality is still the same no matter what kind of Z remesher you're doing. Yeah, now it's got udders. It's also got this weird floaty heart in the middle. Right, so we'll undo that. We're going to come back out, turn off my poly groups, and get back in and start texturing this dude. So yeah, so that's just trying to explain the difference between what I'm saying about the decimation master and decimating a model beyond the point where it's trashing the detail and screwing a model up with Z remesher because you've left symmetry on. So you don't want to be doing that one, especially if you spent a lot of time doing symmetrical details and then you don't realise it's done that. If you haven't done anything as extreme as this, like, you know what I mean. So say you've done a face and then you decide you're going to Z remesh the face, but the topology on the face is you've made asymmetrical details to make the face look more realistic. You then go in and do your Z remesher, and you're going to lose everything you've just worked for. So yeah, just be aware that it does weird stuff sometimes, and that now doesn't work. Hoo-ha. I don't think that ever worked in the first place. These horns are right in the wrong place. That horn is piercing through his shoulder. I have to change the horns. Never mind. Let's just worry about the fur first. I'm just going to add some mass to the back of the calf there. So yeah, likelihood is Ian, I'm going to end up with Willow coming down here at some point very soon, so I might have to lock off or knock off rather and entertain her in my office, or let Ailey have a rest and go and pick Jacob up. That won't be till what, nearly 4. So again, with the with this here, I'm starting low down. I want to do the lower hair, the lower strands. A bit like painting a wall, you know, you don't start at the top if you get drips coming down. There's no drips on this, but you do get the strands overlapping. Oh, hang on, is it when you're painting a wall you start at the top and then work down? That's right, isn't it? Yes, it's the opposite of painting a wall. Ignore me. Ignore the analogy. Yeah, because when you decorate, you start at the bottom and then work your way up, and then the paint starts dripping. It drips over the nice, neat paint you finished. So you don't do that. I know what I can do to that guy. I'm going to snap one of his horns off. That'll do, won't it? Problem solved. You broke the latch of the microwave? What? How'd you manage that, mate? You just pull the door a bit viciously or something. I'll tell you, I had a calamitous morning today, getting back from the... I say calamitous, it's going to sound really pedestrian now. But it was like it was just a sequence of, you know, when you get that one after another and it just does your head in. I came back from the school run after I dropped Willow off. I was probably back for about 9 o'clock, I'll say. Just a little bit after. So I got home. I walked through the door. I took my coat off. I hung it on the coat hook. Now we've got these. It's like it's the kind of thing you find at like Home Sense, one of these kind of places. It's like a nice little rustic cabinet thing that hangs on the wall, and it's got these like drawers and a little shelf to put like stuff on, and it's got like a little row of coat hooks underneath. I hung my coat on it, and my hook snapped in half. So I had to fix that. So while I was going to fix it, I took all my coats. I went into the cupboard under the stairs where we keep all the shoes and everything like that. We've got a coat hook hanger thing in there on the wall mounted again. Hung my coats up on there, ripped the bloody thing off the wall. So I've literally, in the space of 5 minutes, destroyed 2 separate coat hangers. So before stream started this morning, I had me drill out and everything, just going around doing some repairs. So, you know, the whole bad things come in threes. I was waiting for like the 3rd one to go, thinking like my coat was going to spontaneously combust or something. And it's just annoying though when things just don't work like that. You know, something happens, you're like, oh, for God's sake. Oh no, it's not under warranty, is it still, mate? You're still paying for it. Got to be a good chance the warranty's still valid. We only tend to buy cheap microwaves. We do. We never not very good at like drying them out afterwards, so the insides all go rusty and flake off. And it's the same whether it's a what do you call it, like a cheap microwave or an expensive microwave. The quality is the quality of the build is the same. So eventually you end up with like all the paint starts flaking off, and it's not safe to use anyway. So we were like, might as well just buy cheap microwaves, and you know, you haven't got to worry about ruining it then. I mean, you're still talking, what, 40, 50 quid or something like that, so it's not like, you know, you don't want to replace them too often. And I think the current one we've got, we probably paid a little bit more for, but it was like a sale one. Even with PayPal, that should still cover you. I mean, it's the manufacturer's warranty, isn't it? It gives you what do you call it? At least 12 months warranty. Some places give you longer. I mean, I don't know if it's an option for you or not, but one of my old bosses, he used to swear by getting his electronic stuff from John Lewis, and obviously you immediately think it's going to be mega expensive, being John Lewis, but they price match all of their electronic devices, so if you find the same model anywhere else that's cheaper than they're selling it, they'll give you the same price. But they give you extended warranties and everything as well, and that was kind of why he went. He's the kind of guy who doesn't like to throw anything away. He likes to repair and maintain rather than discard and buy new. But yeah, the extended warranty thing with John Lewis is worthwhile, but obviously they're not going to sell your your Tesco's Basics type microwaves and things like that, you know, your cheap ones that I kind of think I'd normally go with. So it's a bit swings and roundabouts, I think, but I know he always bought his tellies from there as well, and his kitchen appliances. Oh, do you know, this is like donut mail, this is like mind numbing. Why do I end up in these situations all the time? No worries, Adam. You too, mate, you too. I'm going to be wrapping this up in a minute, and then I'll get the supports done offline, I think, and get the models uploaded onto the Patreon of my manufacturing, so they can be all sent out tomorrow. You should try putting a post up on the like your local Facebook group. You know, like, I don't know if you've got like a community one. We've got like a Solihull Dams and Wood community page kind of thing, where it's like sort of like local area. And see things on there all the time. People asking for, like, you know, has anybody got a spare microwave, or has anyone got this, that, and the other? And people are normally quite good at responding and kind of like, you know, getting you things you need. So you could always just ask if anybody local to you's got one going begging. It can never hurt, you know what I mean? this bit now, when I'm doing notches and nicks in the weapon, I want lazy mouse off, and a high intensity on the tool, and that's going to give me some nice big scratches. Okay. As I was saying, the scratches on this weapon and the nicks and the dents and everything else are quite important in terms of the story of it, because they're basically chewing and gnarling up their weapons and getting their kind of like toxins and stuff onto the blade. So when they hit you with it, it's riddled with germs and all nasty stuff. It's going to make you basically, if you survive the halberd hit, the germ's going to finish you off. So it's got to come back quite a way before I can do that. Crikey. Perfect. Right, let's just go. Alright, I need to come back and do his blisters and stuff in a minute as well. After we use the all cracks to do the thing, we're going to use the just the clay brush to put some dents, divots in the blade. And again, this is more to kind of give it that like rusted, and yeah, you can throw a nice layer of rusty stuff on there, and it'll give it a nice nice pigment pickup. So guys, so there we are, we've got a Nazoog on and Some nice Bulezau Schir demons for this month's release then. So next month, still got a few more demons to do, a few more devils. I also got the ghouls. Obviously you've seen the base mesh for that one done, so I need to get them posed up and sculpted in. And I also need to get some brigands and bandits done. So I'm going to do a batch of brigands, but I know in the Lost Mines of Pendelver campaign, there's also a group called the Red Cloaks, and they're still bandits, but they wear red capes, red cloaks. Surprise, surprise. So I'm going to do a group of red cloak bandits too. I'm feeling worn out after this. Like it's been an intense sculpting session, but I've only sculpted fur. I think it's the monotony of it gets to you. Right, so still back to the original question, tail or no tail? Excuse me, coughing. We got Mike Moans raiding. How we doing, Mike? Hope you're keeping well today, sir. Welcome to all you raiders. Just in the middle of catching me finishing up a group of, let me show you. They're beastmen at the moment, but they are Bulezau. So if you've played Descent into Avernus and you need any of these kind of guys, that's what they're for. Hence the weird rat tail on this guy at the back. I'm still pondering whether or not we keep the tail. Hey everybody, Mini Mummy, how you doing? Mooncake, Nerdhana, Blaze81. Welcome all. Black Mage, thank you for the follow. Yeah, a quick question for you all then, as we've now got a load of people just dropped in. What do we think of the Bulezaus? Do they need the tails or not? I'm not liking them with the tails basically, but I don't want to just make just beastmen. Can they pass as Bulezau without? I'm doing very well, thank you, Mike. How was your stream today? You painting anything nice? Anything interesting? Saying to the guys earlier on, we're going to be doing your poppy and whatnot on Friday. So we've done poppy, we've done strawberry. It's the little tavern, the mobile tavern. That's what we've got going on. Treatment and dryers, nice. I'll have to check the stream out in a bit. When I finish up here, I'll check it out and see. That's it, Poppy's Place. That was the one. Treatment and dryads. Mike, you're a machine. I can't paint that fast. So I'm just doing some boils and pustules and like maggoty things to make these guys look a little bit diseased and minging. Very nice, very nice. I'll check them out, mate. Are you off for some adulting, or are you going to be lingering around, or it's like kids coming home from school time now, isn't it? So right, I think that'll do for these boils. Oh no, your print's not working. Mate, I wish I could offer you some advice and tips on that one, but corrupted memory stick is the obvious one, isn't it? You know, the file just needs reslicing and have another go. I think that'd be my first port of call before I started tinkering with anything else. But right, let's give this guy a. Oh, I'm sorry if any of you are eating. See, I found lychees. I love lychee, but there's been a few issues I've had with it that just seem unexplainable, and you can't replicate it. You know, you just have a duff slice once in a while. There we go, like a little weeping Mickey Mouse boil for you all. And I think I'll come round here and we'll do a right now. Again, apologies if you're eating. Some maggots crawling out of the wound here, just to give him that real rotten and festering kind of vibe. So they're a bit big for maggots, but we need them to show up on a model, so it's going to be a little bit exaggerated. Right, there we go. Right, so we've now got 5 of these guys ready to go. I think I'm going to have to add the tails on. I might do them as an option. So we got the first one is tail, second one's tail. Let's go in with that. Let's just detail it up a bit. Add a few of the little blisters and boils. Yeah, the only problem with doing the options is I've got to support 2 loads of models, but it's not the end of the world. And then when I load them into my web store, I've got to obviously list them as variants of the product or as a separate product. So this. Yeah, you guys missed some wonderful conversations earlier about why do goats have testicles on their necks. Turns out they're just a random appendage that may have had a function at some point in the past, but doesn't anymore. Possibly glands. There you go. Every day is a school day. Yep, chin boobs as well. Going on to the recommendation then. If anybody hasn't already seen it, I recommend you go and grab Movie 43. Have a little watch of that. If you like some silly humour and you want to see some very famous, very well respected actors doing some very, very, very silly roles that you would not normally expect to see them doing, it's well worth a watch. Oh, and of course the new series of Vox Machina. These guys finished up, and then I will I'm going to have to leave you guys to it because I may have to go and pick up my son from school. So he's in board game club, so he doesn't finish till gone 4. .4:15 I think it is, so I think I've got plenty of time still. Actually, do you know what? They're not too bad with the tails, are they? I might just leave them. I might leave them with the tails. Just do the one version for now, and then use the base mesh to make some actual beastmen at a later date with different weapons and some armors and stuff. Now that they're all finished, I'm not minding it so much. Right, that's another one done. Let's just smooth that bit out. Actually, there's a bit of tessellation going on, which I don't want to lose that the facility. And the final one. So his body can go now. I can get rid of the old body. Stabby the Unicorn, thank you for the follow. Loving the name as well. Right, now I know I've done this once already, but I'm gonna get the ruler back in. I'm just gonna do a merge, save first. Just gonna do a merge visible. Which is gonna get me that. And then I don't want to try and dynamesh all of this in one go because I don't think it's gonna work. So I'm just gonna group masked on that one. Group masked on that one. This one again, we're going to mask it and group. This one also group masked. And then this last one, group masked. Okay, so I can just go split, group split. Yeah, group split. What's all this? Why is it giving me random ones? Oh no, that's right, that's right. Okay, so we'll start with this one, is number 1. Bulezau 1. That one is ruler. That one is Bulezau 5. That one is Bulezau 4. Bulezau 3. Bulezau 2. Okay, so now that we've got them all done, I'm just going to go through 848 resolution. We're going to dynamesh them one at a time. What that's going to do is it's going to join everything together, make sure we've got a uniform, homogeneous mesh. And make sure that we've got something we can then decimate and get ready for printing. Okay, so let's just do a dynamesh on that one. And then the last one. Okay, now I've got a 100mm ruler in the scene. I'm just going to hide that for a minute because it's not dynameshed. I don't want to don't want to decimate it. So I'm going to pre-process all. Now that's going to go through all of these. It's just going to try and calculate where we can make a bit of saving on the topology. So we've got about 1.2 million polys per model at the moment, which isn't too bad actually. It's done the calculations, I believe, or it's nearly doing them. It's working its way through. So when the calculations are finished, I can decimate the model. We'll decimate it down to about 20%. It should give us a kind of a final poly count of around 300,000-ish usually, give or take. And that should be enough for a decent quality tabletop miniature. You've got to strike a balance between super detailed, super smooth, as true to the original sculpt as possible, and massive file size that's going to lag up people's slices and be unprintable. Okay, so let's just decimate all, let's see how it looks. So if I zoom in on it, it still looks pretty smooth. There's a tiny bit of some weird stuff going on in certain places, but for the most part it's pretty good. Yeah, happy with that one. He's good. Yeah, he's good. And this one is also sound. Fantastic. Right, so I'll put the ruler back into the scene now. The ruler is my constant in terms of scale, and I'm just going to do a big export on that. So I was going to go export to STL. It's already on 100mm on the y-axis, which is the current dimensions there. So top to bottom is 100mm. We should place these around about. They're supposed to be around about 7 foot tall against a human, so they should be quite large 32mm scale minis. So I think they're 32mm scale to the eye line, but obviously they've got the in like a neutral pose, but they've got the kind of the bent legs. So if they straighten the legs out, they will be like the 7 foot tall. Okay, so export to STL. So I'm going to put that into my miniature index. New folder for that. We're going to call it Bulezau. Bulezaus set of 5. Okay. Save and export there. Brilliant. Okay, so I'm just going to save this Zbrush file, save it and close it. Okay, so next thing I need to do is netfab. So this bit is missed out by a lot of creators out there. They don't bother to do this, and I don't get why, because it only takes a couple of minutes, and it just means that your models are guaranteed to be printable. So there's no reason not to do it. Drag it in. It's a free bit of software, so you don't need to pay for it even. Add all the parts, it'll automatically repair them, so I haven't even got to faff with it. I've just got to get them exported once it's done. So this is just checking for any kind of like degenerate triangles or non-manifold edges, which basically is anything that leads to the model having a hole in it. So the way you always think about a 3D printed model is in terms of the mesh, you want it to be like imagine if it was like a water container, and if you were to remove the very, very top polygon and then pour water into it and then place that polygon back on the top, is the water going to seep out and leak out anywhere? If it won't, then the model can be printed. If it will, then it's going to confuse the printer, and it's not going to print, or it's going to print with errors. Okay, so all I need to do on this, I don't need to do anything else. It's worth having a little quick glance at the grid in terms of scale, because it's not working here. The grid you're looking at here is 10mm increments, so it's you can sell it like 30mm. It's worth just a quick cursory glance just to make sure your export's at the right size. And then I'm going to go to export par STL. And that's fine, it's giving me a green tick, so there's no issues there. Next one, export to STL. Green tick again, perfect. Third one, are we going to be on a full house, or are we going to get a glitch? Oh no, green again. I normally get at least one with issues, but I'm happy not to, that's fine. Oh, and another one. Right, are we on a full house, or is this one letting me down? Hoorah! Brilliant. Okay, cracking. So I don't need to do anything else now. I can delete the original files, and I've now got a set of 5 files with the repaired appendage. Now if you see a file that's got repaired on it, it means it's been through this process. You can obviously rename that and remove that, so just because it's not there doesn't mean it's not repaired, but when it is there it means it's been processed through netfab, and your models are printable. So when I pop Lychee up, well, customer order going on in here, so I can't really show you at the moment, but this one is a model that needs repairing, but the rest of them come in blue. I don't know why he's showing red, because he actually has been repaired, and he's red because he's off the build plate, so there's nothing to worry about with that one. Right, so I'm going to need to log off and drop you guys out somewhere. However, first I just want to show you the website we've been working on. So the website's up and running now, it's live. This is not it, this is goats. This is my research material for earlier. Right, so if you go to lionstower.com, you find all our minis on there. Any orders that go through January, which literally is up until today, you'll get this Slobber Chops mini added in as a freebie if you hit over £40 in resin. And then we've got resin models and we've got STL files, so depending on what you want you can go to grab them. There's a few free STLs as well, so if you fancy giving them a go, if you want to test out the minis, you can go grab them from there, that's fine. But yeah, go into the minis file, you'll see tons of stuff in there. There's a whole load of filters down the side you can use. And yeah, just fill your basket, load what you want in there, and if you sign up to our mailing list, after a couple of minutes of inactivity on it, you'll get a mailing list prompt. It'll give you a 10% discount code, so it's worthwhile signing up and getting your code. Or sign up as a patron, and patrons get 20% off STLs all the time, off resin all the time, sorry, and also 40% off 40% off the STLs and 20% off the resins. So guys, I'm just going to just check a raidy channel for you, see who we can raid out to. Right, red straw baby, let's go. Right, so I'm going to raid you guys out to red straw baby, so let's go and show her a bit of love. And like I say, I'm going to be doing some her model on Friday, so raid. So thank you guys for joining me today, thanks for jumping in the stream, and I've got to go and pick my son up, so I'm going to raid red straw baby and show her a bit of love and say hi. Okay guys, right, I'll see you later. Cheers guys, thanks again. Cheers Mike.